Hi. It's too late for jokes now. I am up to something, let me tell you what. So, I think we've had it good for the time being. We've been playing puzzles, we've been doing the things. I would like to dedicate today to a very different purpose. I want to submit a level to the journal. So if you're unaware, I don't know if this is like maybe the first stream you've seen me play Opus Magnum, or you were seeing them before I understood what the journal was doing. Basically, ever since volume 108, somewhere around here or so, there's been sort of a weekly submission available for you to submit a puzzle to the journal. And every week it's been a different theme, and you submit it and they maybe review it. They might do a little bit of tweaks just to edit it and make it a little better to play. And then if you're good, it gets put on this list of all puzzles. I dabbled privately in attempting to submit one around the Ballistic Alchemy collection. I tried to make a rubber band. I didn't end up submitting it, but this time I'm gonna try and submit it. So, in order to do that, we need to discuss what the theme is for this. Okay, here's all of my puzzles I've ever actually worked on before. Here's some of the rubber ones. This is just like a cool heart I drew at some point, and I don't remember. I think this was a modification of like. I tried to make something where you like take the Quicksilver and convert it to the other way around. Yeah, I was taking. Man, I'm re-looking at this and I'm remembering the process. So the idea is that you were going to get a string of particular metals and some Quicksilver. And you would either refine it up to gold and then... Well, not either. You would refine it up to gold with a certain amount of Quicksilver, and then the remainder would be put on this big string. Imagine the full solution to being a lot longer than this. This was based on a puzzle in the workshop called the Information Age, or something along the lines of that. Yeah, this one. So it was just a giant list of elements, and you had to... Well, it was a giant string of elements, and you had to use the information as, like, conditionals to refine down to the proper metal in this giant string. But, like, all the information you needed was encoded in the length of the big thing here. This is all important. This is all distraction. We are going to make a new puzzle. Also, I could get rid of some of the older puzzles that were just part of the rubber testing process. I'll keep... Well, I mean, these two are effectively redundant. Yeah, let's just do one of each. Like, Heart of Gold is just the gold heart. Thought it was cool. Surrounded by water because, hearts usually pump a liquid. It was not very well thought out. We got that thing. We got the... this probably no longer needs to exist thanks to the creation of They're in Metallica. There's probably a cooler thing I could do with this. Elastic Band was my this shape, I think, had some promise. Anyway. No, do not make two. Okay, so I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm gonna sit in Elastic Band so we have good music, and also because it's thematically appropriate. Because what is the puzzle? What's the theme for this week's journal entry, or next week's journal entry? Well, I go to the submission page. Use this form to submit your puzzle for journal inclusion. Maybe change to fit the journal theme. Some effort will be put to obscure submitter identity during curation, but if you talk about your puzzle publicly, they'll likely notice. Okay, they're probably gonna notice. Okay, that's fine. I'm not like trying to be secretive about it. Perhaps my own personal obscurity will mask my intent. This week's theme is fabrics. Yeah. Hold on, there's a footnote here about the this is going to be a much less structured stream, and that's unavoidable, but also acceptable. So I'm looking at it, and it says this week's issue will be made from puzzles using the mechanics only available on the community edition of the game. The changes generalize repeating products such that they can go at any angle and can be bonded to more than just one atom. Interesting. What does that mean for me? Oh, I see. Hold on, there's a thing I have to do here. So I just looked at all of my game versions and betas available for hit video game Opus Magnum on Steam. And I'm seeing that I have the default public version, but also there's a community edition with advanced features. So I think I need to exit the game. I need to slap on community edition as my launch type, and I need to run that. So pardon me as I download. I'm not going to go off this screen. I know I have like a be right back screen, but I don't need it right now. I hope it like captures good. It should recognize it as being the same game. Last update to the community version was apparently yesterday, according to the log of update. It's capturing good. Everything seems fine and good. All right, what's different? I go back to the Steam Workshop and let's try and make a new product. Oh, very interesting. Oh, oops. Getting like a phantom process. This is a little confusing to me, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Okay, I see. So if I put this here, okay. So now you can very explicitly see the tile. That's convenient. All additional convenience. Okay, one placeholder. That's still required. Oh, so I wonder if this means... Let me try and recreate for a second one of the... like, kind of rubber structures that I had. This was in... I could do this in the original. But can I do... this? Well, it's complaining, but I imagine that's simply because there's atoms in the way. Okay. So the community edition, according to the puzzle submission, generalizes repeating products such that they can go at any angle and can be bonded to more than just one atom. That's convenient, and I definitely want to use that because I kind of am the repeating products guy, what with the lightsaber constraint and all that. So if I put this here and I do this, there must be an atom at the center of the board. That is unavoidable. Let's say I do something like this. It is now complaining that this structure will overlap, because that's there. And this is complaining because that's here now. And now it's complaining because there's not an atom at the center of the board. If I do that, it's complaining because that's there. And that's there. Okay, this is a little interesting. I understand why they would add this for this submission process. These are going to be about fabrics. I imagine almost every single submission is going to be a thread of some kind. Wait, what if I do... Oh, there must be an atom at the center of the board. Right. Well, now I don't know what they're complaining about. Maybe it's... I do that instead. Okay, that works. I feel like I've bungled myself into a structure that's basically the exact same as what I would have had before. All right. Okay. Let's focus in. Okay, independent of the new community edition features, which I will figure out at some point, there's the more important aspect of figuring out I'll accept like chat feedback. I'll definitely need it. What are we going to try and submit for this theme of fabrics? And my plan is I want to have something a little niche so that I don't accidentally make... Because there's a worry that if I make a type of puzzle, like I'm representing the same fabric, air quotes, as somebody else, that maybe my submission won't be able to hold up on its own. And therefore, they won't... Like, somebody else will do it better in the same theme, so they'll pick theirs over mine. So I want to try and find an interesting niche that I don't think anyone else will do, and that, therefore, I think I can stand alone on the merit of it being an interesting idea. And hopefully that'll be good enough to get into the submission, because I don't really know what goes into making a good puzzle on the puzzle-making side of it. So I did some research, and maybe this is going to be a little unsurprising. I've decided to go with basically a representation of the Macintosh raincoat. Why did I pick this? Because it's made of rubber. Yeah, I'm apparently the rubber guy when it comes to designing puzzles now. But basically, it's... Originally, my rubber puzzle was made to represent the elastic band, and I did some research into the history of, like, rubber vulcanization, and that was cool and exciting. But waterproof fabrics are important. And I think it's a little bit of a step to the side of just the concept of fabrics in general. And I think it would be reasonably interesting. So I did some research into the Macintosh raincoat. The basic idea is that you get like 2 rubber fabrics and then you use them as the ends and sort of glue them together using a middle section of like rubber. Future versions use vulcanized rubber, so we can still vulcanize it. But yeah, it's basically like a rubber sandwich. You got some regular fabrics as bread, and then the rubber in the middle. I also, naturally, want to make the puzzle compatible with the lightsaber constraint. So that's important to me. So let's figure this out. Let's see. Structuring a repeating puzzle like this is difficult, but I'm going to try. Let's figure this out. So if I put this here, now this is now incorrect due to the community thing. Let's just start making some structures that remind us of regular puzzles. So this is your classic layered sandwich of thread, okay? We could bend it. If we do something like this, we're now colliding with each other. In particular, this one's colliding with the next one in line. You do something like this, and that... Why in the... Huh? Okay, I'm starting to understand what the heck they're getting at now. This is interesting. It's functionally this, but like with an added front bit. Which is strange. And you could do that, and the... Like, the future of the design is correct, it's just the start's jank. It's defined in terms of a different layer. That's interesting, though it's more of a oddity with regards to the puzzle design process than the actual thing. How far forward can we go? We can't, because this is now colliding with... Well, it's now just colliding down the line. But I could do this. I see. So the distance that we have the repeat structure going is going to strictly define the length of one loop. Let's just put this over here and see what kind of cool structures we can make. In the original design, I wanted... Well, for the original rubber thing, I wanted like a big old line like this. And then the interior ones would be made of sulfur, and that would represent sort of the vulcanization process. This is not working. But I can see the structure I want. If I do this. What would be overlapping? These? It's a situation like this where I would definitely appreciate having the... Wait, what if I do this one in terms of this bottom one? No, do it in terms of the top one. Because the bottom one needs to connect to the band. Then all of this no longer has to exist. Because we can do this, I think. Bond it, we can bond it, we can bond it, bond it. Need one in the center. The collision is here. This is an important first step for me to figure out how to actually interface with this. What's missing? What is missing? All atoms must be connected. They're connected. Oh. No, you need one there. So do that. Do this. Not gonna let me do that? You let me do that for some reason. That doesn't even do anything and you let me do it. And now it's complaining about overlap, and that's because that's there. It won't let me connect that. So if I... Even in the community edition, I feel like the constraints are a bit too tight. Because I know what I want to make. I just am not allowed to. Maybe it's a problem of it being too long. I might have enough room if I shorten this. Let's say I do that. Bond, bond, bond. That line is important. These lines are important. But I do that and suddenly we have a problem. But I need that. I need that because it won't let me connect here. What if we define it backwards? Like that. That complains because that... Wait, what if we... It works, except for the first run through. So then say we do that. Oh, wait. I think I need to interpret this differently. What if I define it in terms of the corner salt? So now theoretically I could just do this. Yes, okay. That is nice. It means that I can do the things that I want to do, or at least that I wanted to do in the original Elastic puzzle. In a way. It's not perfect. I would much prefer if this could be bigger, like wider, but I understand that there are physical constraints here. Yeah, this is nice. I now understand what they mean, where you can make more structure, because this structure would be impossible outside of the community edition, apparently. I know because I tried to make it. So now I have a good sense of it. So let's start thinking of a structure here. Going to the absolute basics and maybe ignoring the community edition for a second. If I wanted to represent the Macintosh here, my vision goes to something like, and I'm just not going to worry about the repeat structure right now. Let's just write something. I want to sort of salt vitae core. I don't want it to be too tall, otherwise the lightsaber constraint becomes trivial. So I would like to constrict myself to maybe 3 or 4 lengths of thread. Height of 3 or 4. We could also do some crazy diagonal thing. But I don't think that really helps me because... Oh, well, If we go with a diagonal, we can make like a perfectly parallel structure if we play it right. Let's see this. That could be interesting. Okay, okay. I have no idea what this would mean for the lightsaber constraint, but... Well, I mean, we could rotate it. Oh, we could make... It would have to be a vertical lightsaber. But that's weird because the height alternates. Interesting. But back to the just general drawing of this for a second. I want a salt vitae center because that represents, in my mind, a pure rubber. The vitae is important because that represents the vulcanization process, because the symbol of vitae is the same symbol as sulfur, which is the thing you use in vulcanizing rubber. And then for the representation of cotton, I would say maybe salt and earth, but we have the salt already, so the salt can do double duty as like the binder between the rubber core and the cotton. In my original thought, before I learned all the powers that are here, my idea was something like salt there, like so, and then a core of salt bonded with like vulcanization in the middle and some sort of that structure. As for how it would repeat, I don't know, because this is a, well, illegal shape. Unless I do that. Now this is already looking promising. Like, we have the sandwich. If we do something in the middle like this. We would have to shift this around in order to get this to be a legal structure, but I kind of like it. I would have appreciated maybe more space to kind of represent this more, but this structure, I think, is promising. Another idea is we can stagger it. Instead of having it like repeat along those lines, we repeat it along this line, and it kind of zigs and zags outwards while at the same time continuing. This, I think, may represent, or better represent, the sort of coding that it does. I'm just repeating this to repeat it good. For visual representation. This is not going to be a representation of the actual puzzle solution. Having the interior bound together like this, I think, that out of there. This to be salt. We want that to be salt. Well, I think this would be also an interesting structure. So let's just, as a basis, let's call this, I'm just going to give it the code name Macintosh. It's Macintosh with a K for some reason. I don't know why they decided to do that. The person who made it their name was Macintosh with no K. I think people just decided to add it because they wanted to be fancy. Let's call this Macintosh. What's a good fancy synonym for like parallel symmetric? Let's just call it Macintosh mirror mode. And then construct the mirrored structure however we can in this system. It might be easier if we do it on an edge. And then this. Nope, this. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm just gonna block out the structure. It approves. One problem, we don't have that connection. And I don't know how to get it. Now the problem is that I'm making a puzzle that's too large. How about we try it here? And then maybe the phantom bonds will be good enough to connect it. Provided they're willing. It's the identical problem where we can't put these in. Is the issue really just that this is too large? How about we try this in a different way? How about we put the first one here and then go forward that way? I don't think we'll be able to physically go that way because we have to drag it over here, but just like physically put the last of the sulfurs there. And I'm calling it sulfur because that's what I intend it to be. Yes. Wait. No, because these are supposed to go out to this one and then bump in. We're missing these bonds still. It's possible Macintosh Mirror may not be possible in these constraints. How about we go with Macintosh Skew? Let's try that. Oh, to make a puzzle with no actual product. Instant win. Okay, so the structure was the same. 1, 2, 3. But this time, instead of going immediately for, and I'm going to need the earth to help mark these. It was salt, salt, and then it like salt, vita, salt, vita, salt. Earth. Like that. Salted in. That's interesting. So we currently have a repeat because this one is that one. What if it wasn't? I think we did it. Are we oh my, oh, you can see there's 2 ellipses. And I guess that's just its way of converting that. Okay, let's get some stuff in here. As a representation of the... Okay, there are 2 parts of this. A cotton part and a rubber part. The original rubber was sort of like a... Like you coated it in a naphtha solution, which is basically coal tar processed. So we could maybe add like stabilized earth and maybe stabilized fire. Maybe we could do elemental earth, elemental fire. I don't know if we really need the fire aspect of this. I thought it would be cool. We can make variations. I do think as a stand-in for the cotton, maybe some stabilized earth. Then maybe another. Let's start thinking about the numbers involved, and to experiment with that, let's actually go into a puzzle so we get good music. So here it is. I think it's representing this good. If we consider the horizontal in the middle to be the rubber layer, symbolically, it's providing a coherent, all the way through protection of the like cottony threads on the 2 sides. In fact, already I think this is interesting. You know, let's solve this as is. We can make modifications later, but I think this is just good. I'm compelled to solve this puzzle. I think it's a good looking puzzle to solve. Maybe other people will think so. Okay, so structurally, we have the outer edges, which are just these stabilized Earths rotated into their proper position and placed in line. That's good. Then the middle is going to require for every... It kind of flips back and forth. You could think of it as one whole line, or you can think of it as just like two halves of a line that you alternate. So for one half line, it's a salt, earth, earth, salt. So two of these, and then a salt vita. That doesn't really go well with another one of these because you would need another. Well, you're getting 2 salt. For the Vita, it needs 2 salt alone if you're going to... I should add in the glyph of Animismus and also the Oberon Breaker. That would help. I've only put in some, like, just temporary reagents. Is there a name for this? I don't know. I tried to look through like the list of all products and all puzzles ever, just so I could understand what the like elements are that exist. Unfortunately, they don't tell you. There's not many. They're either very explicit and complicated, or they're like the raw element or a salt glued onto it. So like all of the elements plus a salt makes it a stabilized element. In the case of 2, let's check some of the older journal entries and stuff. Like for what I'm thinking right now, well, wait, in chapter 3, isn't there like filtered water? Water purifier, that's different. Where's the, stamina potion? No. Health tonic? So this is distilled water. So would that make salt fire salt distilled fire? Distilled earth also. Has anyone made something with a decent amount of fire that may have come in a complicated package? Lambent? No, that's elemental fire. I would even accept, like, a... What are you? Tri-stabilized salt. So maybe bi-stabilized fire would just be, like, the generic term for it, and they can think of a better one. Abrasive crystal is made out of this complicated thing, which does not help me. Turns out a lot of making a puzzle is just research. Blood staunching is just a bunch of fire. Also, I was looking for, because of the whole NAFTA thing, if there was an elemental representation of coal tar, and the one I found was a community workshop puzzle, which was basically blood stanching powder, but all the fires and salts were swapped. I'm curious as to which one came first. Got lamplight and welding thermite. This is refined hematite. Interesting. Lamplight. Oh, right. Lamplight gas was made out of lamplight gas. That was the weird reverse one. Good times. The pivots are... We could specifically do the fire pivot. That's more of an alchemy heart thing, but this triangle structure might be interesting. I don't have to name these elements, do I? It doesn't say. Okay. I guess it's on them to figure out what it would be called. So, convenient for me. There's a puzzle that I remember doing. It was a lot of base. Here's something. You are continuing to be distilled water and you're stabilized earth. More stabilized earth, more distilled water. Those are popular options. And it kind of makes sense. You would want to make a thing out of things that you have. Man, it takes a lot to stabilize quintessence, huh? Ooh, maybe this is what I was thinking. Yeah, okay, this is just still more distilled water and... Yeah. Actually, last week's was tonics. I know I haven't solved these puzzles yet, but they would probably be made out of, like, complicated ingredients. I say, finding stabilized air. That's distilled water. Reactive tin, okay. More distilled water. Okay, so they really do like to use basic fundamental pieces. I think it might not be appropriate to... As much as I think adding fire adds to the historic accuracy of the situation, I don't think it makes it a better puzzle. So then that leaves the question of how are we getting the sulfur? One option is we animate it. We swap out the stabilized earth for elemental earth, possibly multiple. And we just calcify as needed. That might make it a more interesting puzzle. Alternatively, we could simply provide the Vita as an ingredient. What's the level where we learn about the Vita more? I think it's here. So elemental Vita is legal. I'm not sure I want to provide it as is. Okay, I've decided what I want to do. I want to add, like, something to represent a rubber powder. It's going to be 3 elements of salt. just sort of structured together. I'm using the pivot as a design principle. And the idea is that it's just sort of some salt that you get. Forgot to save it. So if you can imagine, like, you got some like rubberish powder, you melt it down, you put it through the thing, you galvanize it, and we can't do obviously the galvanization process with what we have, but I'm going to like proxy it as it being taking these 3 salts and turning it into salt vita. If we assume with my system that base rubber is salt, or well, that vulcanized rubber, did I say galvanized? Vulcanized rubber is salt and vita, then we could argue that unvulcanized rubber is just salt. It's some salty structure. And I think that'll be a decent proxy. I will make it a weird shape because decomposing that will be interesting. But you would basically cut this into parts, take 2 of them, make them a vita, and then glue it back together. And that will give you your thing. I forgot to save it again. You have to very explicitly save, press the save button, which I appreciate. It means you can't accidentally mess it up. Like you go in, do something like that, forget it, and then exit out. It'll keep the old thing. So I would like to try a solve of this. Yeah, they don't give you names for this. Now, so now I need to start thinking about how to solve this. And I'm going to make sure that my developer solve is indeed of the lightsaber constraint, because this should be possible. We have a grand horizontal right here that we can simply do. My worry is about getting it on board here. The way we may want to conceive of this puzzle is in like the greater diagonal strips. Like we take one of these completely, bond it like that, and bond it like one here, and then a pair here, which we then push forward. And no, we can't do that because we need to make sure that this like cuts inwards. Let's start drawing. So, perpetual bonding can only happen with the center line, which means that no matter what we do, the last thing we can force is a horizontal bond at some point. Everything else will have to be constructed beforehand. And so the only place where I think we can do that we would need to make the entire trapezoid. So 2 of these and 2 of these in the middle. We make one, bond it on. We make the other bonded on. So we will have... I'm going to try to represent these out of the base components here. We'll have this and that. And we'll have to... Oh, this is insidious. Why did I make this puzzle for myself? Hello, Lark. I'm making a... I'm trying to design a puzzle. For someone who loves the lightsaber constraint, I keep making puzzles that are incompatible with the lightsaber constraint. Okay, I'm gonna do some temporary alterations to the puzzle for testing purposes. I just want to have an easier baseline to work with to see what's possible. So I'm going to temporarily swap out the entire vulcanization process with just the salt vitae. And we're going to see what I can do with that. Means we don't have to worry about this step, we just need to worry about... And you know what? I'm even going to make this easier for myself. I'm going to swap out these for the fully assembled bar. This is pure testing of a later stage of the puzzle to prove or to experiment with the possibility of it being capable of being done or not. Okay, let's see what we can do. I can kind of see it. Okay, other conveniences. I will not do the lightsaber constraint in terms of actual space filling, but I will make sure I'm trying to construct this through purely horizontal translation. Get the pieces in place. Most bog standard, simple, effective way of making some arm work happen. We're going to be seeing what kind of bonds we want. This is the fear, these diagonals. Strictly need to be here. They can do one out. That'll be good. This will give me unrestricted space to move this around as needed. So let's say we take 2 and 3 and we push. Oh, wrong button. So congratulations, these are now here. How the heck do we assemble these? You know, for a need for any of these to be good, let's start with the bottom side first. So this should be a matter of... So, say we got the Salt, Earth, Earth, Salt into these positions through some method. We then grab the Vita Salt, move it in, and then this could go here. That's good. That is not good. And therein lies the big concern. Especially going that way is a problem. I don't think this is lightsaber compatible, which destroys me. Even if we don't worry about the other side, that's still an issue. If we make this bond and try and go forward, we will collide. So the only way to do it would be to do it the other way around. Suddenly we have something kind of workable. A little bit more. And the question is, how do we get the next one on? Well, we can just go really forward. Like, that looks good. So say we do that. The issue becomes this bond to here. Because if we want to get this bond, we need a bonder oriented like that. If we get to this point with the way we've constructed it, then here, this bond would exist between this salt and this earth. And that kind of spoils everything. I think there's a way to solve this if we... Well, okay, I mean, it would make the lightsaber constraint a little less exciting, but I do have an idea. The reason this is a problem is because we can't sort of, like, use bond together freely. So what if we made this taller? What I mean by that is, instead of going that immediately, we make this thicker into a zigzag shape. Then we move the earth so that it's salt blank here. And do that. Oh, not that. This is almost correct. We need to slide this over because I can't connect the final piece without the part. What atom is it complaining is not connected? Oh, you. Because I want to do that, but that would require this salt here. We can't do. So, skew the entire puzzle over really quickly. Salt, 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 Vita. Repeat. These need to be swapped. So for the salting, we would go earth along this line, I think. Nothing attaches to the sulfur. The sulfur is a connection for the rubber because of the vulcanization. Okay, so we've officially kind of deferred the problem a little bit. I would also like to do that. Oh, nope. Hello, I'm trying to build a puzzle. Turns out, it's difficult. Okay, so that is the structure I want, nominally. Let's save it and see what it does. Okay, it's a little awkward. I could maybe make it less awkward if I could do that. But then I can't put that bond in. So this earth has to go here at the very least. Not that bad. If I repeat the same issue on the bottom, then at the very least these can be lopsided the same way. Did I structure this correctly? I think I have. It's complaining that the element here isn't connected, which means that we may have to abandon that. Oh, this is great. Okay, this is ugly, but it is the repeating structure that I want. Let's test it. The question if this can... This can pass the light constraint. If it can, we're in a good spot. So thinking about it, we could build... Oh yeah, we have a lot more freedom on this one. In fact, I'm imagining a world where you could build half of this, another half under it. And then as long as you move them in lockstep, these bonds just occur naturally. This is much easier. go back to trying to make the product for Macintosh Mirror, because now that we know a bit more, maybe we can build it, and maybe it'll solve the issues we've been having. So the hope for Macintosh Mirror was that we would go, well, that's salt, that's salt. Then it would be earth, 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 earth. Building it forward this way might be a bit more agreeable to the design system. A little that, a little that, a little that. Bit there. All atoms must be connected. You are complaining about this one. It still wants the earth here. But then we can't connect it because we run out of space on the board. We do that, and the concept falls apart. But that's if we use the end atom. What if we use Vita again? This would be salt, salt, salt. Earth, earth. Earth, earth. Salt. Salt goes there. I feel like I'm failing to remember what I did for this. Doot, doot, da, da, da. This is not the structure I created before. I think the Vita went in the middle. Yeah, this is what I made. Then more salt bonding happens on the side, and that's where there was a problem. Okay. Salt, salt, earth. Then we can go Vita here, salt, salt. That's good. We can make this lovely trapezoid. But again, here, it doesn't fit unless we are illegally off the board. The middle Vita would connect to salt here, salt here, salt here, salt here. Earth, earth. Then bond there, and then bond there. I don't know why you refused to bond there. Oh, because I have no middle atom. Of course. The Vita goes there. Lines with that. Earth, earth. Salt, you don't connect at all. You don't connect at all. Is this the mirror I made? I don't know. How about you, but it seems weird that I made these sides bond when I'm trying to represent material connection. It was because I also put that in the middle? Let's call that A mirror for a second. Hello. I appreciate you in particular showing up because I am doing my best here. This is my genuine attempt to make a puzzle for the journal. And it's going okay. I have a few too many design constraints, and it's making it very difficult to actually find a working design. So now we have Macintosh Mirror and we have Macintosh Skew. Base form Macintosh Skew, I believe, is impossible in the lightsaber constraint due to the interworkings of these. And possibly also additionally impossible pragmatically because of how long this is. What if you made it in hexagonal strips? Because like each one of these is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what if you... Is it possible? Am I wrong and it's actually possible? It might be. I think the issue was trying to make this out of those strips as testing. I don't think that makes it easier. I think it makes it harder. Let's just cut down to the bare essentials just for, again, testing. We'll make better reagents later. But I have an idea. These need to be... Did I not save the... No, I did save them. New solution, delete that one. That solved it. Okay. So I've realized that there's another sort of structure we can do for this. And it's one that we can assemble in sort of a more ball shape, and then all of the bonds into it are horizontal bonds, I think. Almost. Be like Vitus, Salt, this. If we make this, boss says no, because of this one. The next one would collide. Well, it would bond wrong. we'd want it for this one. We push it past the bonder, then one of the issues with that is that this whole structure is, well, the problem comes with the skew, because yeah, we can, for the bottom part we can push it past the bonder, but that would also imply the top bonder for the next mirroring is not forward. We can't push we can't push both past. Unless that's the last thing we ever do. Like, make the whole thing way over here. Then, like... So we make it, we push it out, it connects in the middle. Then we'd have to dunk back in a way that only the top one gets bonded, but it's at the exact same altitude. Which means we would need to combine this to that before it's finished constructing, and if we're putting it on before it finishes constructing, then we run into the diagonal problem again. Can't just go like, and get it. Because we need to bond here but not here, and then later we need to bond at the bottom but not the top. It is very tricky. Even just finding a configuration is tough. But if there's one advantage that this structure has, it's that it can twist. We don't usually have access to twist for a compound. So what if we bond it in the middle, past the edge bonders? So let's just visually represent that by like doing this. We do this, we can grab it, we can pull it back. Like, unbond it. Then... Okay, this is gonna require... This is now impossible for a different reason. It's impossible because you don't have an arm long enough. But if these were... Split, no, because again, we would go forward and it would bond again. That means that making this structure does not help us. And doing this does not really change the equation. So we either do both or do neither, or we make a full band, and we've already proven that making a full band is not possible. I must come to the unfortunate conclusion that Macintosh skew variation is not possible for the lightsaber constraint, and therefore I have to emotionally abandon it for now. Mirror has not been tested. I forgot to make the reagents and stuff. Okay, let's just get some stabilized earth in there, and then for testing, let's also get a stabilized Vita. This will be replaced with the rubber dust, possibly. Oh, this solution just never had those to begin with, so delete that, and then hit new, and now we have this. Okay, let's evaluate this one. Yeah, this one's easier because this is a double yes or double no. My only real complaint is that it's less interesting, personally. But I think we can add some of that interest back by swapping out the Vitae for the rubber dust. Air quotes. So let's go with this, with the proper reagents we want for this. And I think what we want for this is stabilized earth, and then this rubber dust proxy, this unvulcanized rubber proxy. We give it the animismus, and we give it the Oberon breaker. And we see. So, you're way more just generally involved with the game than I am. You probably know this already. The theme for this week is fabrics, and it's using the community edition in particular. And my desire is to make something that's vaguely representing the Macintosh coat rubber fabric. It's like one of the first commercial waterproofings ever. So this will be a little interesting side quest for getting this done. And a lot of the interest in this puzzle is doing it lightsaber constraint, because that's just how I go. But also construct the sides, and it'll have to be a thing. I think it's might be interesting. I don't actually think that this material uses anything that the community edition specifically adds, which may lose me points. Before I forget, let's take a copy of Macintosh Mirror in this form. And I want to try making a linear product. We can try and reinvent this to go downwards. Because then we'll be doing something that we could not have done before the community edition. And that may get me more points. I don't know if using the community edition's added features is a requirement. The exact phrasing, it will be made from puzzles using mechanics only available on the community edition of the game, which suggests to me that we have to do something that is otherwise impossible. So how would we translate this design into this more zigzag domain? Do something like this. Then this raises a question of what the heck does it mean to have the lightsaber constraint in these conditions? But maybe that helps make it a better design. Actually, I don't think we need to go that far. No, we do, because I want this to be structurally linear. How the heck are we going to translate this? I don't want to do this. Yeah, because we'd have to move it that way. And that, yeah, this is going to be a nightmare. Where'd my element go? Delete that. Copy this. Okay, so how do we modify this in a way that requires the use of the new features? Well, Macintosh SKU already does require use of the new features. It's just impossible in the lightsaber constraint for unrelated reasons. So now I'm stuck with a conundrum. Do I sacrifice the lightsaber constraint or do I sacrifice my design? Just in its entirety. Oh yeah, we have Zoom in the Community Edition. I forgot. That's cool. The light kind of breaks. You know, I don't blame it. Okay. Like this edge bit, we could... So either we find a way to solve this with the lightsaber constraint, or we forego the lightsaber constraint and just try to make this interesting in its own right. How about we just solve it? Well, we'll swap out the reagents to their final forms. And we'll try to solve it, and we'll see if it's a good puzzle. Just... normal. That's mirror we want. You. Accidentally swapped over the salts and earth, that's fine. Oops. I am absolutely failing to use these puzzles. Which challenge should be solved in the puzzle? Do you mean that in, like, what should we be solving for, as in, like, cycles? Or do you mean, what engineering difficulty do you need to work on here? Dang it. Why is it not true? Okay, that's just the same one as I... Oh, no, I need to make a new puzzle because I've swapped the reagents. There we go. Let's see here. Why is it not trivial? It's trivial because the bond structure is weird. There is some triviality in that you could take one of these, flip it over, bond it with itself, and just set it to go. It's also not trivial because if you try and bond this together, you're gonna lose area really badly unless you're careful about how you connect it. Getting the Vita out is not trivial because you're not given the Vita, you're given this salt thing. It's not too bad to convert it. Kind of having like a Van Berlo salt pivot. And your objective is to fuse it together, get the Morse out, and then take the Vita, the third salt, and rebond it together. That's kind of an interesting transformation. Not a complicated one, but... Actually, it is interesting. I think this might be the most creative part of this puzzle. Because you have to unbond everything on this salt to get it to Vitamorse, and then you can do that. Alternatively, you could start slicing off the earth, but then you're getting into the issue of, well, why would you do that? The horizontal line is kind of compelling you to do this structure, which means if you want the Vitamorse, you either have to do this in a weird multiplicative way or use this. So you want to do this. So you want to solve the puzzle in the compelling way. Maybe that's something I can do. How do we... Okay, this I'm convinced that this is interesting. Let's just say a naive solution. We're solving a mini puzzle here. It's turned this into stabilized Vita. Grab in. Then we're kind of forced to wait. What if I don't want to wait? Best way to grab this to do something would be like this? Yeah, it would. Oh, even better. Twist there. Now we have 3 salts, which we can then combine. We do the double arm trick. Might be a little cleaner. We're completely ignoring the lightsaber constraint. We're going to see if this is still good. 1, 2, 3. Grab. And 1 here. And then 1 here. And then, yeah, that'll work. Okay, so 3 and 4 will grab basically here, turn right. Go. Number 4 is here. This will go that way and let go. That should give clearance for arms number 2 and 3. Very good. Arms number 5 and 6 can now grab and delete their respective ones. Okay, arm number 5 can go a little further. Actually, no, it can't. We're running into a bit of a cycle that I would like to maintain. 1, 2, grab, turn, let go, grab, turn. Grab, turn. Oh boy, here I go with my short cycle solutions again. What the heck? Oh, you never let go because I was modifying your code. Okay. We now have a Vitamorse. But for this one, we would like Salt Earth there, Salt Earth here. that. Let's just do a naive grab forward reset and then just wait a million years. We will want to do that, and we probably have time to do it in the interim. It's trivial as how we do that. Like that. So that can go forward. Well, no, 9 should go forward first because it can clear the chamber much faster. Grab forward, and that is sufficient to then grab with number 8. Grab forward, twist, and then, oh, number 8 has to twist first. Twist, 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 push. Ah, no. It is 2 twists, and then a push. Ah, didn't think that through. Okay, so we got our 4 length. Conceptually, once done, want to go here. But I don't think we want to do that. If we want to keep the system going horizontal, then we're going to run into the same skew problem. We can't use the lightsaber constraint because naturally we've proven that there's no way to purely go horizontal. But the advantage of abandoning the lightsaber constraint but still going for low area on the output, like no eventual infinite shimmy, is the fact that we can now arbitrarily put in extra pieces of this compound at any point. I know what to do. This is a trap. Okay, I know what to do. I know what makes this interesting. What makes this interesting is low area. Because you actually want to unbond these. You want to unbond these and make like this angled TIE fighter looking shape with the Vita in the center. Or yeah. You make one cut of this. How do I explain this? Okay, first off, this is more complicated than I thought, but that would be funny. I mean, I think quintessence makes every puzzle funnier. Okay, what I'm imagining is if I can draw this out really quick. It's this shape from like here. And then later, you take a doubled Earth and slide it in. No, that won't help because we're going to eventually go here by skewing it forward. So we'd have to go so forward that it doesn't matter. But this forward salt must be made before this earth is attached. Does that mean the answer is to make Vita salt that? Make a Vita pivot? You make a Vita pivot, then you slap on all of this. Then you make a Vita pivot, then you slap on all of this. Then you make a Vita pivot. Okay. Okay, so I was a little wrong. You do want to make the 4. But you then want to unbond the front immediately, thus giving us the first part of the pivot. It is also the case that well, maybe that's not necessarily true. Oh well. Forget the loop. I ain't interested in cycles right now. I'm interested in results. I think we have a puzzle on our hands. So we do this. The Vita in front, well, with the salt in front, we want to make this shape. Hey Vega, I understand that this game makes your brain gloss over, but I want you to know that I am not simply solving a puzzle this time, I am creating one. Hopefully to put in the journal, though that's not up to me. Yeah. So in principle, we have this, and then we want to put this salt on, and then separately, after the angled bit, put on the earth. So it almost looks like this structure in my mind. Let's see if we can make something work with that. Yeah, that was a very rudimentary puzzle, but I'm glad you liked it. Okay, no concessions are going to be made for convenience here. We're just going to make it 10. Okay, this is... It all starts with this. Pretend I'm not done with you. After 11 turns, I want you to, like, track over. No, I'm a fool. I'm going over my own debonder. How could I? Which means that the track should go this way. And now we're dealing with a loop constraint. Just stall for time. Oh wait, if we're not waiting on that, we don't need to wait on this anymore. Also, we don't need to go up the track, we just need to pull back. That's much easier. And then from here, it's safe to move upwards. Save for colliding with arm number 11. We need a new track here to move the full assembly forward. That coincides with when number 11 starts. What am I doing? Just use number 11. A little too early. That can be solved by having 7 not go as far and then moving everything to the left. Very good. It needs to move 2 more forward. I'm already seeing a problem on the horizon. And it's this bonder right here. This isn't a real problem. It just means that everything needs to move further. Number 10, you are moving too soon. We're done there, then just do your final 2 movements there. You might have to wait for arm number 11 to get out of the way. No, we don't. Also, that's completely redundant. Add an optimization. Move all of that here. Then 11 only has to rotate 2 times, which means this can happen a turn earlier. It cannot happen a turn earlier. Eleven has to move 1 farther now. That actually helps synchronize. And it moves that there. So what we have here is half of a solution. Kinda. What we now need to do is move this back 1. So instead of letting go, track backwards, then let go. Because we want to use this to connect the other side. Now, everything we've just made needs to be repeated over here. The opposite turns involved. tricky bit. Funnily enough, this one is easy to mirror. Just do that and then set all of its controls to the inverted polarity. 8 and 9 shouldn't be that hard to duplicate as well. Just need to line them up. Salt goes up and in like so. It's on the base here. 10 and 11 need to have their controls swap. That should do it. Now, everything we've just done here so we have 4 arms involved here. At the bottom it is 8, 9, 10, 11, and up here it is 12, 13, 14, 15. Very good. That is the order we want. We can also swap 8 and 9 and 11 just so we have this nice cascading line here. What changes now is that we want to have this run on the second loop. I am not doing conditionals for this. I will simply translate the entire control scheme. And then double the length of our longest thing. This will end when this one ends. Meanwhile, numbers 1 through 7 must be repeated naturally. Which means before we put that loop in, let's mark where the loop ends. Then put repeat commands all next to them. And that will do the same thing as adding in the timer delay. It's a little messier, but it'll work. So now the question is this just working automatically and I don't have to do anything else? Probably not, but I want to see it for myself. Number 14, what's the matter with you? Oh, they're not both debonders. The first one's a bonder. That's my mistake. Let's go up one more. Have I done it accidentally? No, I haven't. You have a problem. This is the problem. All that effort I put into trying to avoid this issue has not helped, it would seem. Just right here, the next turn, it will bond. And I don't know how to stop it. I go further. Like, just fly out so far. Okay, hold on. I'm about to add conditionals. No, it won't work because we'll go back to having the diagonal problem. It means this salt must be connected already. All this. When's the last Ondas? What do you mean? Elaborate. I mean, in terms of a way to optimize it, maybe, but... Oh, you want me to... Oh, but that would ruin the whole thing. I'm trying to make sure that this, like, infinitely growing thing is not altered in some major structure. Like, it doesn't wibble. So that in an infinitely long solution, it would not have infinite... well, area outside of... Okay. Provided that this product line went out forever and didn't count towards the area, I want this to be non-infinite area. If that makes sense. I see something, maybe. I think this thing where 11 goes back can be deferred, and I can do a different type of combination step. Here's my idea. This is like a fundamental unit of this design, and the only thing it needs to connect with its next portion is this bond. And this bond is what kills this. Exactly. But that should be possible if we make this. Because, like, looking at the actual way this is tiled, it's not doing anything other than being a horizontal bond. So if we make a whole thing of this shape, cut it here, and use that as our fundamental unit, however we construct it, it should just be two horizontal bonds on the bottom that connect it. But I think the problem is that we're trying to split this into two halves, and we can't. We can't do that. We must make it as a single unit. Oops. Bit of a space constraint. So, new plan. Make this structure. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just treat that as a product. Let me just get the shape down real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the Vita's there. We want to make this. And then simply bond it on the bottom. Here's our template. Wipe all of this. We have a new design paradigm. This no longer has to exist like that. We can do this and that. Kind of. We have to translate it, but we can translate it. A little closer. The step one, just natively, is push this forward. I'm wrong about where that's going. No, I'm not. I'm just too early. Can I pull this off? This goes the other way. You go here. Just to start getting the construction underway. Oh, forgot to put it on the track. Okay. From here, we need this but backwards, this but backwards, and another fight a bond. Conveniently, we can kind of cheat it. As long as we put it back where we found it. All we need to do this. No, the entire point of doing this, well, okay, wiggle in this localized space, yes, does require wiggling. But this will no longer require wiggling if we do this right, because we are making a structure that is bonded exactly like this. And that's slidable. We can slide it. All I have to do is just mess around with this spacing. Over-engineering the heck out of this just to ensure that we can do this. Oh, you're right. Why did... Yeah, this doesn't help anything. Oh, okay. The entire point of trying to do this was to remove the wiggle, and here I am realizing that removing the wiggle is not possible with these bonds. I need to test something. Why did I do that? No, I do need to do that. We're going back to a simplified example. we're going really simplified here. No, we still do want the stabilized Earth. And then the Earthalized Stabe. Because why not? So I'm doing this so I can create a simplified structure for the center. Because my hope is that it's something we can do if we let this track forever. Envisioning us being able to add on any part of this process. Need more space. Extend this until it's not actually good for us. We want to do we want to make sure it is in the middle. Okay. Here's where we try and conceive of it. No, this doesn't work either. Because then this track is in the way of more bonds happening. So we'll just have to make it arbitrarily far away. The reason I'm interested in this is because having a very particular order that we attach these on could help. No, it won't, because it would have to be the whole structure at once. Otherwise, we'll get bonds here at the salts. I'm trying so hard to make this work. If we I agree. I'm just trying to think if there's some order that we attach these outer bonds that can make it work. Like if we say added this salt alone, like so let's say we add the salt and then the back two earths and then put the fourth salt much later. That wouldn't work because we would get this bond dragging along all of these. But if we added this salt and then these earths, and then this one went forward, added this bond, then dragged forward, then added that bond, or even added that bond before. No, we want to add in the horizontal bond first, keep going, then add that bond on. Yeah? No, because if we try and add on the bond, if we try and add the horizontal bond first, then put the diagonal bond on, it would have to have come from the... Unless it... No, because then we're dragging back and then we have to drag over everything. Okay, yeah, no, it's not possible. It's not possible to do this without wiggle, and that makes me hate it. And now we go back to the question of, do I change the structure? It's been 2.5 hours. Yes. Well, what do you mean? Stare at this super good. Right, so like say if I cut the bottom earth, then we would be able to get one line chains. But then that violates the constraint that we want to use the features of the community edition. We're trying to make a puzzle whose product is impossible in the vanilla game, because otherwise it won't be accepted this week for some reason. Another possibility is we'd have to change the structure here. Let's rename this to skew wide, because I know a way to fix that. It would be to add more space. Yeah, I'm getting good at this. Now look at that monstrosity. And this one becomes possible. Heck, it even looks interesting. Because now there's a structure which we could slide in. It's also longer, which means we have more space to shimmy, but the lightsaber constraint is unquestionably gone. But I think this looks interesting, and it might play interesting if we add in the proper reagents. So let's look at the structure here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Would be 16, which means half of it would be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which is good. Oh, no, wait. Because now we're at an even number for the Vita. If I swap this for this, we no longer have an even spread. There's an extra salt involved now, and it's the ones on the end. Right, but since we're not giving them a Vita, we know that the Vita has to be made out of 2 salts, so it'd be 16 total, 4 earth, 4 salt. Which is not represented here anymore. Yeah, 12 salt, 4 earth. In an attempt to make this, once again, not the structure I was trying to make. This is just the structure I had already again. And now this is a problem. Which means move the Vita here, move the salt there, move the salt here, move these up. How about this? This is inadvertently the exact same structure we had before, except there's no sulfur here. And instead, we got these. Now that is almost certainly using some new fanciness. We could also possibly add the sulfur back in. Because right now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. And I think having an odd number is more interesting with this, like, salt duster thing I'm trying to do. But with it, it kind of, in a way, it makes the puzzle seem less interesting. I don't know why I feel that way. But I feel like adding this sulfur makes this puzzle less interesting. Cut those off, and this is... See, okay, it's represented in Community Edition format, but by translating this over by 2, this becomes a 1 bond situation. What do you mean by a thread with stuff bolted on? Like, and say I just make a new product really quick. You mean like... we got some thread that exists, and then like other stuff sticking out of it. I mean, this one's too thin for this kind of work. And as a reminder, we are trying to represent Macintosh coat material with this. So the general structure is like 2 threads glued together by a vulcanized rubber interior. Which is what I was kind of trying to go for with the earth, like, bands that are then connected by a salt-sulfur core. In a way that there's like a coherent solid block between them all for the waterproofing layer. And tightly wound. I mean, I was keeping earth out of the rubber for the time being, just because the original my original rubble puzzle was made for the ballistics week, and that was meant to be a rubber band, so I wanted it to kind of look pink. And if this is the rubber, what do we make the wool look like? So I just thought it was easier if we just represent like the rubber part as a very vitaed salt. And I have an idea. So two facts. One, Macintosh style rubber coat material is rubber sandwiched between some two wool sheets. Second fact, vulcanized rubber is sulfur connecting a bunch of different rubber strands. So what about something like this? This sort of tiered sandwich. Like we represent the wool on the outside as being like some fabric line that is just like barely connected to the interior. And then the inside is a more forceful rubber compound. There's an argument to be made that we even add some fire to this, because the process for the Macintosh thing is that it's vulcanized in like naphtha, coal tar. So we do something like this, where we have these strands going outwards. I'm a little remiss to keep the interior so empty. I think there's something here. This might be physically too large. Yeah, some large structure. That's okay. Let's try translating the notion here. A large outer border that is connected in effectively a straight line. Combined with a pure interior emphasizing salt and vita somehow. Interacted with in a way that is less clear. could start with maybe a mirrored structure. I'm just trying stuff out, see what works. There's a sense in which I want to like have it drag like here. Since the sulfur is, hold on, let me look at the vulcanization. I've got a few reference materials here. But the basic structure molecularly of vulcanized rubber is just a bunch of your individual rubbery strands then like bound together with sulfur in between. Oh yeah, right. I have space for that. If that's the salt. This is the salt. We can go salt, fire. And then I would love to sort of maybe densely pack this. We don't have to do such an extreme loop. And I've accidentally goofed by making this symmetric again. An added vulcanization field. I want the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm seeing it a little bit. So flare out from here. Another sulfur here. Salt, salt. Okay, this is the pattern. Mostly. We have the sulfur acting as the vulcanization binding agent. We then have the more naturally represented rubber as salt, basically. Then we have the outer layer of, maybe it shouldn't be pure earth because this is giving dirt. Like this is stone. How do we represent wool? What's a good elemental connection that what represents wool? What represents plant? I mean, we can keep them in for now, of course, but let's just finish the rest of this. We can put just earth. Just earth is a decent wool. Okay. I don't really know how the alchemical elements translate to regular elements, though I suppose wool, being a natural material, would have a lot of carbon in it. But just earth for easy representation. It's more symbolically correct, maybe not materially correct. And we can just ignore that. We just won't mention that it's wool. We'll just say it's some other thread. Some earthly thread. Some natural thread from nature. The part of me is inclined to be like, what if we put some water in there? But then that would sort of... What's missing in the bonds here? Be right back. From that puzzle. This is elementally waterproofing. I know there is like water sealants earlier in the journal, I think. Buoyant cable is air because that makes it lighter, ostensibly. Lubricating filament is not water. There was a sealant. Perhaps where would that be? Rocket pellet, mist, filament, seal, solvent. Not what I'm looking for. Stain remover, sword out. I think for sealing. See here, was it in there? Lubricant, tincture, glass separation, solder, reactive lead polish. None of this. What's in a production alchemy? Nothing. This is the Van Berlo section. Buoyant cable, preservative salt, sailcloth thread. That one is just salt and earth. What are sailcloths made out of? Like, historically. Sailcloth is cloths used to make sails. Black hemp or cotton. Various forms of sail canvas. Okay, so a thing of purely its structure of this might be good. We could get away with it, though it's a lot more scratchy than I was hoping for. That's okay. Don't tell me I forgot to save it. No, here it is. Okay. Thank you for the translation. So Earth is natural and earthly, and I guess wool would be good for that. Though wool's a soft material. Maybe it might be light. I don't know. But it is a rain jacket. I guess it wouldn't be particularly light on somebody's body. This is a thick material. So things I want to do. Put fire there. Fair. Maybe the fire is internal. I want some more interesting structure to this. Now this looks interesting. This zigzag looks interesting to me. And it even gives us a bit of a gap to maybe do something like that. This is a little too artificial. Okay, is this looking good? Ooh, idea. We make it this bolt shape. So we have I've rotated the rubber. So now the vulcanization is going sort of along the puzzle solution. And that gives us room to make something interesting in the interior. So like the attachment point could be both sides of this. All atoms must be connected. What's the problem? The problem here is that we can't... won't let us do this. Which means we're going to have to skew this one. So the salts go here. The vitas go here. There's our repeat. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. How do we get this line? If we do it this way, I don't think we can. Well, no, that works. That works. Okay. Weirdly enough, I have aesthetic desires to invert the direction of this. I think it looks better if it's doing backslashes. Okay, we have the galvanized rover. We add the earth. The earth can be attached like this. We can't attach it forward, so let's attach it backwards. But we can't attach it backwards either because this stinks. No, we can. We're doing that. I get used to the logic of the system here. We can't do it on this side because we can't put a thing here. I guess we could put it here. Kind of makes the structure shorter, but we're gonna make it wider. So it can be easily retireable, but wider. What's causing the overlap? You? You. And we have... okay, the core looks correct. Looking off the screen, this core looks like what I'm trying to build. So then we add some stuff out here. little little extreme. Be like this. This is looking all right. We have a bit of the asymmetry of the situation. I think diagonalizing has made it interesting. I'm worried that it's a little just like outwardly spokey and doesn't do anything. I'm gonna look up wool. I want to see like structurally what it looks like up close and microscopic. It was very fluffy. How about we add just a little bit of air? Well, okay, I won't add the air right now. Let's just see this for a second. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay. So we have that situation again, which I think is good. The materials that we would choose to make this out of are very different. But let's say this is like, it's not production alchemy, but it is like economically incentivized. Let's say stabilized earth is easy to get. We got this like rubber dust type thing, and we're trying to vulcanize it on a budget. Let's rename this to Macintosh layer. A lot can be said for the possibility of specific products. I think this is fine to try. Let's do it. There we are. All right. So now in terms of the puzzle, this is going to become a Vita and Salt, which is interesting because of the rest of this is weird. I think adding the glyph of duplication would go a long way, but I don't know if that would like take it too far into the realm of easy. Because it's kind of interesting. In the raw structure, you would imagine doing something like this, and then messing with the bonds. This might actually be lightsaberable. I'm looking at it, and so long as we do like all these other stuff early, its horizontal bonds are free. Oh, that's like, it's this angled bond that makes it tricky. No, wait. Actually, do you think it would be more reasonable to make these out of elemental earth instead? It doesn't matter, because what we have now is something very, very interesting. In fact, remove the glyph of calcification. Wait, no. That would be bad. I think I want to... Tri-stabilized rubber is real. It appeared in a previous puzzle. I know that. I don't remember where. Oh, wait, no. I think I do remember where. It was an output in reactive cinnabar. It was refined bronze, I think. Where the heck did they put refined bronze? Yeah. This is tri-stabilized salt. So it's like hyper-stable, hyper-inert. Perhaps comparable to rubber? It's pretty inert. So we can have tri-stabilized salt as an input, and that will solve the salt dilemma. Delete that just to be safe. I think we have a winner. So there are a few puzzles here. The lightsaber constraint can be solved in a very, very interesting way. You want to construct this in two parts. One is make the interior zigzag. Then you make double bonded earth and then twist it in. That's the idea, and this can be lightsabered, and I shall do so. Now, one of the complications of the lightsaber constraint is that you're going to be dealing with this thing, but we have room to go around. But if you don't want to, you can always do some practical covering. But the fact is, you need to turn this tri-stabilized salt into suddenly realizing that I may have miscounted. Yeah, because you need 3 inert salt and a vita. That equals 5. 5. So this would not be it. We need 1 more salt. Well, if I didn't remove the glyph of calcification, this would be trivial. Correct. We're giving it force. Aha! Idea. Go back to the salt pivot and then make these. No. Because then this will be 1, 2, 1, 2. Because we want 2 of these outputs. So we either have to make this pentastabilized salt, or... Wait, no, we have the Oberon breaker. We can just throw it away. Yeah, no. We're doing some natural construction here. Step one is debond the heck out of this. All right. In terms of clearance, we got a lot of room to work with, which is good because we'll need it. We're going for production alchemy style here. We are doing the lightsaber constraint. That's annoying spatially. We don't have room to move it. This will be our Oberon disposer. Also, that technically violates the constraint. So if we do a twist first, and then a right turn, that debonds that. Let me grab it from here. Ooh, no. Back this up a little bit. Back this up so much that it does this. In fact, just go backwards. We can debond that, and then we can debond this. And then this will be Oberon. Let's start getting creative with it. Okay, that's a Vitamorse. One of them. And what is all we need? Separate to this, we want to take one to use. All right, you don't have to track. You're right. Does that make it good that I'm not using them or bad that I'm not using them? Maybe it'd be better if I use them. I could use duplication. The numbers really don't add up nicely here. Because I want to keep this, like, Vita processing thing going. But it's making less and less sense. I also don't, like, if this is gonna, idea. What would we call this? What would we call that? Because this gives us the math. There's like, I'm gonna call this like a fundamental unit of wool. Purified earth. Purified earth. Earth, earth, fire, earth, air, cold, two. What's the element for purified earth? Where did I see that? Right, in the same way that 2 salt and 1 earth, or 2 salt and 1 water with a bend is distilled water, there's purified earth. I see. Is there earthified pure? Like this? Because with the numbers I have, I want it to be 2 earth, 1 salt per. You made that up. Great. I don't know where you check this. This is like some grand compendium of every single ever made compound. But like some earthified pure. And I even kind of want to put it in a straight line to represent that this is like a very tiny scrap of wool thread. It also alludes to a wrong thing here. So yeah, let's call this like a smooth wool. And then this is like a rubber chunk. And then we make this out of it. Delete that. New. I want this. This is how I envision it. Because there's like 2 puzzles here. You could either try and like fit this in, or you can do what I'm imagining, which is extracting the salt, using it over here, so as part of this like bend that you make. Which is actually an interesting way of going about it. can effectively construct it without the... And I don't want calcification or duplication, because I want to give this sense that we are weaving this thing together instead of transmuting it from nothing. I'm effectively making like a sewing machine. The galvanization still happens because that's cool. They can't make me hate the galvanization process. And that opens the possibility of not even using this for the galvanization, using this for the... I keep saying galvanization, I mean vulcanization. I'm sorry. You can vulcanize it like this. But I think what I'd rather do is keep this in isolation. Do some, like, processing back here. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so this is starting to feel like an interesting puzzle in terms of the lightsaber constraint. Do a handoff. Ooh. Got a little bit of an idea here. Also, offsetting the Oberon breaker is weird. I'm going to not do that. But I might have to. I want to get rid of this Morse like this. This is just because the rest of the puzzle is progressing. I want to do this. Get a bonder here. Will activate when number 3 would. The whole point of this is to grab these two, bond them, get them ready to go. So now we have a sulfur salt line. Until we don't. And now we do. The next step of this process is to, with a little bit of a space constraint, fix the Earth. This is actually really tough. And it's so tough that I'm going to change these. I think it's easier if they are like one-sided like this. Like stabilized double Earth. I don't know if there's a name for that. These have modified directly. The benefit of doing this stabilized double Earth thing... Why I had these. Probably for later. Is that we want to... cut these out of the equation. We want that there, that there. We're not going to twist the Vita Salt. We are going to make this line and then unbond it later via this. That way, this salt is the one on the end. So all we need to do is... Well, it's a two-parter. What we want to do is we want to take these and pull in. Then on the other side, we want another arm ready to pull these back. That's a weird problem. It's a really weird problem. I don't have a way to move this arm to the other side. So no matter what I do, this will slap. Because how would I get the Earth side if I can't go up? I would need to spin it around. That will connect. That will collide with the core. Or I can twist it in and spin it around, but that requires two spaces, and we won't have any with the salt spoke. Oh, that's awesome. We don't need it. We don't need this arm. The idea here is we can do some... like, just spam it at this point. Oh. And then reset. Oh, wait. Actually, we wait so long, I'm going to use the stop command. on these. Just so I can see what we're doing. We can afford to move this closer. I did that for safety margins, but they're unnecessary now. Oops, forgot to turn back around. Oops, there is a timing to this. Of course there is. 5 happens first, so let's see when that's correct. I mean, that's correct innately. Six has to wait an entire cycle, I see. Still, when is this good to go? Just about here. A little early. Good. Six would activate the moment 4 would activate here. Okay, this is complicated, I understand this, but it's working. This is not correct. I'm checking it anyway. Oh, that's a funny problem to have. Product's too big. Yeah, product's too big. Well, reagent's too big, technically. Very wild. And then... Wow. This is an interesting thing. Starting to understand the error of my ways here. We need to utilize the inner track. Do that effectively. We're going to do the bonding after each. So for example, in the case of number 5, we would grab and track down. Oh no, that's not good because that would bond immediately. Okay, yeah. I concede. We're gonna go to stabilized Earth. We're gonna go to double, or no, is that too obvious? Another one. The benefit of this is that this can be too extreme. This is completely separated from the rest of the system. This, however, will need some work. Yes. Like, if we don't want to use it for that anyway... I want to survey the other journal entries real quick, like the more recent ones, just to get a sense of it. Okay, this one uses elemental air and stabilized water. This one uses stabilized earth. This one uses distilled water. This uses distilled water and tin. This uses stabilized water and... Okay, yeah, I'm starting to see what you're saying here. It's very standardized. Just look at that one. Reactive earth is real. Stabilized vita is real. Rust. elemental air and salt. These are a bunch of metal. That one's not a metal. Made out of quintessence. What? Oh. Vamberlo. Or Bravari wheel. Now this is interesting. Oh, I did this one. Right. We've gotten back to the stuff I know. Okay, so distilled or stabilized earth is probably good. To give something up if I want to do this. Yeah, I'll allow duplication. Okay, new strategy. Get out of here. Okay. So that means that, well, this section of the puzzle is basically unchanged. What changes is how we deal with all of this. Duplication can be just the end step that happens. We can ignore it. More important is the fact that this is now going to be a thing. We're back to the ratio problem again. But I know how to fix that. We will not be using stabilized earth. We will be using bi-stabilized earth. Originally, we could not do that. Now we can. And, or we can't just do like that. And we're doing that for the ratio. This is the exact same situation I had with the 2 Earths, except the second Earth is being done with duplication. Why did I bother? Oi, 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 oi. Making puzzles hard. Apparently it's harder than solving one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Hold on, I think I'm generating a new inspiration out of nothing. Because it's 4 salt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 4 earth and 5 salt. Or you can think of it as 3 of a thing. And if we do that, yeah. There's a better way to do this. I don't know what you would call this. Actually, we know exactly what we can call this in an essential sense, kind of sense. I gotta stop closing the menu and then reopening the menu. Not you. Not you. Where is the puzzle I'm thinking of? You. We can have the puzzle be pure Earth pivot. There we do that? I'm gonna split this into 2 again. I think I accidentally copied the wrong... No, I didn't. This one's going to be... And it's going to be made out of Van Berlo pivots. Earth pivot specifically. The reason this is a good idea, we account for everything we have. Because it lets us do some funny things. Some very funny things indeed. I think it's the correct chirality. I can go check. Okay, so Earth facing down, the bond goes to the left. Incorrect chirality. We fixed it. Okay, back to this. Earth down, bond goes to the left. We're good. Chirality is good. Oh, and the chirality adds an element to the puzzle, I feel. So this opens up a naive solution, which I think I'm okay with, where you simply bond these laterally and then do like bond jank in the middle. And that's okay, because that is a pretty good representation of the like thread weaving type deal with like the rubber in the middle that you use to glue them together. But that's not what I'm gonna go after. I'm gonna go after a grand prize. I need to lift for calcification. There we go. And there we are. So step one is once again do this for like the 7th time today. Good orientation for this. Let's separate them first. Turns, we grab it, we turn. And then as a piston, we could just... No, we will need the track anyway. Hold off on that for a second. Thank you. Oh, I played myself. I am playing myself perpetually. You know what? Just turn 2 again. You can grab safely here-ish. Now let go, go in, grab the Vita. Too early. That's a reset. Oh, that'll work. Kinda. Do the same trick we did last time of just grab, forward, 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 reset. Oops. Put them there. Oh, don't go as far. 2 is sufficient. Now for these. Part of the complication with these is that all of their operations need to happen after they physically exist, because they are too large. That isn't too much of a problem if we're careful about it. Now, the fact that they have the same chirality is a little inconvenient for us specifically. Especially for that one. So let's start with here. Actually, no, this one's the easier one. Okay, okay. Yeah, the chirality makes this interesting. Number 5 is going to have to be a little careful here. Or 6 has to do a similar thing, but in a way that keeps the salt safe. Might be the best we can do, but it'll work. A lot of cycles of number 4 will have to happen before number 5 and 6 can even think about beginning. Okay, yeah. Going to not offset, but number 1 can do less things. If we can get the cycle as small as possible, we can maybe do a few more actions. Just run about. This 4 just goes further. No, we're okay. We do this the long way. Two turns twice. 4 no longer exists. We have a new 4. Perhaps here. Needs to leave. Then, in order to accommodate this in the same cycle, can let go, turn right, go in, grab again, and then keep going. Like so. They'll eventually have to be an arm at some point. I suspect. Maybe even there. Okay, so this gives us room to actually do the bonding that we want. And the bonding that we want a lot more room here. This. Better represented by this. O is not. Because we want a salt to connect here and a salt to connect here. Grab this, we can come up, move it over there. Number 5 is basically done. So that's good. First order of business with this one is way earlier, just turn it in. In fact, we could go earlier here if this were simply a pull in. So silly that I forgot about that problem. An idea for that one too. Reach across the rubber. Oh, way too early. Actually do that first then. Don't know exactly when it's appropriate. Do it there. Too slow. Okay, that works for the opening. Did the audio break anywhere? Okay. Oh, I might have been muted as well. That's okay. I don't know how long that... It happens. Point is, we did it. And now I want to do it without the lightsaber constraint really quickly. So that I can do it. It's like a normal person will be doing this via non-lightsaber constraint. So we want to see what that's like for them. Now the start's going to be pretty similar. We calcify and desalt with the same maneuver. Or to do it on the other side. Hey. Oh, this is almost something great. How about we do this? Doesn't help. How do we do that? Something pretty here. Earlier. Hey. Okay. Then 3 can pick up, go that way. You can pick up, go that way. Put them on the same spot. Maybe we want that in a sort of I move out of your way kind of way. Get the track to actually be able to move out of the way. Then 4 can do another turn. That gets our start. Pretty good one. Then we are simply bonding here. And eventually bonding here. For the top, if that's the salt part, we want it to bond like this. So, say a simple arm turn in. Nice. That is what we want. Yes. Okay, well, it's good that it's going fast enough, but we want 6 to be later. Then here, we want it to... down. We want it like this. Then is it just a simple matter of find a way to move it in? Just track it along, nothing to see here. Would be pretty cool. That would be manifested by putting this here. Ah! Okay. Not so easy for number 8. That looks good. Maybe only 3? No, 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 no. We want this bonder in here, not here. Wait, does that mean the solution is to go one further less? Stay nearby? How to do that? Well, we can't perfectly let it do that, but I think the solution to that one is simply have number 7 move perfectly in time when it needs to. And that would require number 6 to do the same. Now number 8 is just failing to grab it because it's too early. So go here. That is looking real good. Now there is bond jank that we need to solve. For instance, really want this bond to exist. looking for places to do it. There's not many. Here's a weird way of solving that issue, though. Yeah, that's a weird way of solving that issue. But my idea is to shimmy back temporarily with number 4. This doesn't mean number 8 has to wait 2 extra. That has caused its own problem. It has caused this problem. I have an idea. 7 can go 1, 2 further back. And the reason I'm doing this is to take some time to fix its bonds. That's at least a future problem we don't have to deal with. For present problems, here's a present solution. I'm sincerely astonished at how well that worked. How did I manage to pull that off? Now 8 can go 2 earlier again. It's an elegant solution to an inelegant problem. Okay, there's still problems, but they're okay. Problems are okay. Just that. That's an issue. Oh, I know the solution. It's that. Maybe. It's almost that. It's too early for that. Or can just double move, and then number 8 doesn't have to exist at all. The next step is we cancel the bond of the center, and then we will do a wiggle, just because we're simulating some non-me person playing this puzzle. It occurs to me that this is not even true. Okay, looking at the problem and solution, it seems that the only difference is a lack of this bond and this bond. So we need to go up left from the sulfur and down left from the associated salt. I think we can do that in one tiny wiggle at any point. Preferably here, I think. So we can do that. Ooh, that's not enough to get this one. Because the unbond is in the way. But we can unbond earlier, and then put it here. No, we don't want it there, because... Okay, I think we're gonna have to do a double directional wiggle then. So 8 will grab here and then do that, and nothing else. And then it should be fine. Okay, we can't do that late. Or we can't do that early. What? Oh. Can we go down first? And even wiggling is complicated. In that case, wiggle with more bonds than needed. One thing is we just need to put that bonder back there so it can keep those stable. The other problem is insidious. We need to get rid of this bond. One right here. Instinct is to do that. Product is complaining, and that's because we have simply not done the duplicating, which we will do now. And understandably, this takes up more area. Improvements to made. The calcification can happen there. This one can happen here, technically. This can move in. I would rather move it in an additional time. Don't know if we got the space for it. Oh! Put it there. Even better, put it there, put this here. A lot less cycles, like half the cycles of the lightsaber solution. Okay, so I would like to just take a general perception check for everyone here. Is this a good... Like, do we think this is journal worthy, what I've made here today? Would you play this? Stay zoomed in. If I move this here, I can make this even smaller. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Knew it was too good to be true. Is, I suppose. I think we've done something pretty good here. We've made something that could... Let's check off the boxes. We've made something that requires the community edition that could not be done in the game otherwise. We've made a thread solution, so that works with the fabrics. It's specifically meant to be like rubber fabric of some kind. I don't know what I'll name it, but I'll think of something. Maybe we can brainstorm exactly what we're going to call it. I can't just call it Macintosh. That's a brand. Gotta figure out the generic term for like this rubberized, like waterproof fabric, I don't know. It's got a decent puzzle where you need to work with, you know, a fairly simple material and compound it into a complicated thing with interesting bonds in the middle and a slight puzzle of how to optimize making a triple thing into a Vita and bond. I think there's good potential here. It's lightsaber compatible. I think it's good. Let's start prepping this for submission, I suppose. I'll leave the others around, but what do we want to name this thing? That's going to require some consideration because we are not going to be calling this Macintosh. It's a waterproof fabric. Wikipedia article just calls it a waterproof fabric. And it cites the Oxford English Dictionary. Not very informative. Let me, like, duplex my operations here. Oh, we have to, like, sign in to read the Oxford English Dictionary? I'm not going to do that. Okay, what else can we got here? NAFTA, ignore the NAFTA. We've ignored the NAFTA, unfortunately. If this whole Macintosh thing didn't work out, my other idea was to make some complicated bond structure to represent double vinyl. Not double vinyl. Double velvet. That obviously did not happen. But that was my second idea. So the essence of the process was sandwiching of an impermeable layer of a solution of rubber and naphtha between two layers of fabric. Naphtha was distilled from coal tar. I did not propose the sandwich. So there are a few ways we could name this. We could say something about its function as a waterproof fabric. Or like waterproof thread or something. We could talk about the process that made it, like rubberized cord or string or something. Maybe vulcanized. I don't get much in the... Or you get like a proper name for the material. Aside from just the very generic waterproof fabric. We could go for rubberized thread, waterproof thread. Let's see here. Be vulcanized thread. What's the difference between a thread and a string? Preliminary investigation suggests that thread is more of a... rubberized fabric, possibly. One of these valves must be correct. Rubberized fabric is good generic thing. I don't know if, like, on the microscopic scale of things, we can say that this is a fabric, because nominally, you would take two pre-existing cotton fabrics and then just treat it through a machine with rubber. But if we imagine this is like a vertical cross-section, that kind of makes sense. Well, as a good stand-in, let's just make sure we have all of these good. We have our yep, we have our yep, we have our yep. Not gonna mess with it. I like it. We could add a fourth. There's an argument to be made that we could have like 2 of one chirality and 2 of the other, just for options. I'll leave that as an edit tweak able to be made by the judges. Oh, there's okay. I'm looking at the submission form, and there's a spot for an author solve, which I was hoping to submit. It would appear to be requesting a link to an image hosting service, which suggests to me that they're expecting me to, export the animated image from here and then put it on an image hosting site and then hand it over. There are 2 problems with that. One, I don't know how to utilize an image hosting site. I usually just would host it myself. I'd put it on the website or something. 2, I can't export the animated images on here because I'm in... Well, I'm on Linux, and if I try to do that, the game crashes. Rubberized cotton, also a good option. And that does help with the fabric thing. So let's, rubberized cotton, I think, is the... That's a good name. Maybe I shouldn't attempt to submit this on stream. It's been 5.5 hours, and the rest of this would just be bureaucracy. If we think we're good with what we have here, we can say go for it. But I would like you to, like, sign off on it first. I tested it. Here's a solution. This is like a naive, just a person playing it solution, and it wasn't that bad. Got the little shimmy. That's clever. Made out of a single material multiple times, I think, so there's a bit of uniformity in that. It is lightsaber compatible, and that is an interesting challenge to go for minimum height. And given all the empty space, it's actually very lenient on some of the details. I think we have a good puzzle. Rubberized cotton is a decent name. It could be vulcanized cotton as well. But I think rubberized cotton will get the point across. I'll just finer details. Are we good though? Are we good? Is this good? Are we done? This is going to be funny for anyone watching the VOD, because the VOD will come out strictly after this puzzle is added to the game. So anyone who... Okay, if it's added to the game. I shouldn't be presumptuous about it. I just want to make a submission. Okay, if there are no objections, I will give this the seal of approval. And we'll call it a win. In the meantime, let's relax. Okay, as opinions come in, let's do the thing that we should have done a long time ago. Played some dang Sigmar's Garden. Really decompress after a stressful operation. Okay, where's lead? There's lead. Lead's easy. Tin, gonna be past the moors, and there's a lot of Vitamores in the way. Iron is here, which requires this Quicksilver out of the way. Copper is here, that just requires some digging. Preferably from this direction, or we can take that Quicksilver out. Silver is here, it requires probably this out of... There's a lot of Quicksilver around. The air needs to be removed. We want to get to the Vita quickly, but getting to the fire is going to be tough. Well, there's a Vita here. And a Vita here, but that Vita is going to be buried until we get both of these Moors out. So that's not a start we can use. So we need that one and that one. So maybe clear this fire now. This Quicksilver on the... Well, no, we need that Quicksilver to be gone so we can easily get to the tin. I didn't catch that for a second. That's gone. We now need a Vita immediately. I think our best chance is to dig for this one. And now we need that one, which we can get by getting this fire. So we're safe. For now. It's close. Oh, but we need to get rid of that Vita as well. I think we've lost. Yeah, we've lost. Oh no, there's another Moors. We're safe, maybe. I may have ruined it in my my sulking, but we might be okay. Copper is open the moment we do this, so it's a question of how do we want to get to silver. We're gonna have to salt that air, I think. I'm burrowing down this way. We want to salt that air. Then we can double earth, then the silver's off the board, and now it's just some elements. Water can be cleared immediately. Earth is down. Fire is down. Oh, that was close. Okay. Phew. Okay. Now that we've relaxed with Sigmar's Garden, I've made some decisions. I am going to submit this as rubberized cotton. It will basically be delivered as is. I'm going to have to do some behind-the-scenes manipulative work to get it submitted in a proper format. I probably can't submit it today unless I'm really fast. Just because there's going to be like an Acela stream happening in an hour and a half. Oh, I went way too long today. But I just go over, get the image. Well, I don't have to submit the image. I can just make... I don't have to submit the author solution. That's fine. I'll submit it. I'll submit it as me. And hopefully they like it. I could submit variations, I assume, but maybe I just stick to the one. Because this is like the purest expression of the idea that I have. I'll also just put some good notes in. I don't know if you want to be... like, I don't know how to co-credit, and I don't know if that's, like, appropriate. If I can just submit it. Just, like, to an extent, this was a team effort. Are there any other, like, late submissions that are, like, co-credited? No. Okay, I will just submit it as me. That's okay. By the way, this has been an interesting experiment, and I'm sorry that the journal's actual solutions that we need to solve are going further and further into the distance, but we're being distracted by important good work, such as being a part of the journal itself. It's exciting. I hope they like it. Even if they don't submit it, I can definitely put it on the workshop afterwards. It's all good. I'm excited. This is a big step for me in actual community participation. I'm Exception. This is InTV. Have a good day, and good night.